know a new player.
The Yuki is.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Yeah, it was the same Yuki that was contesting us
Jinx, let
on
me
the
snipe you. Nothing is popping. Oh, sure.
Avenue
Just
Meteorite.
did you queue up solo for Dills?
Entertainment for peasants.
Because if not, if you have, then queue up.
Uh,
You should be able to get it.
Gonna TP.
It was here before, now it's hairstylist, dude. Banger. You're very fun though. I just wish she was better. I really struggled to play her. Alright.
Okay, have fun.
Thank you. Oh, I just got stopped by something.
Uh,
That's alright.
well, there was a smart bomb.
Yeah,
I don't know if you even noticed that.
No, I got stopped by slowed by something, and then there was a smart bomb.
I think it was a sting burst.
Yeah, let's get Jules popping. Absolutely, let's get Jules popping.
I dropped them Boots of Hermes.
Why did you drop? is a banger. Only possible upgrade this burger. Isn't a burger a type of sandwich though? Are we gonna get into this debate?
But burger is just a more expensive sandwich.
True. Okay, given free songs, we got my ass busted, and I'm gone. Is pizza a hot dog? Hold on,
How?
hold on, no, hold on.
How?
Pizza is only a hot dog, right? If you wrap it up, like if you bend the pizza and then put something in it, then it becomes a hot dog. But then you only have like, you basically have a slice of pizza and something in between the pizza. But no, it's not a hot dog. Roll up the pizza. Oh shit, a soup.
There's like one streamer that I used to watch and they had like soups for even discussions about like whether to
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Does that make calzones corn dogs? Oh my god, does it? Am I peeking my mic? I'm peeking my mic. Sorry. Shit, does that make calzones corn dogs?
I mean,
That's a good point.
kinda. Honestly.
See, I don't know actually what a good calzone is like. Because I only ever had calzones.
Yo, what's going on,
in my high
everyone?
school
Welcome
and they were
back.
trash.
Today we are.
I've never
They were
had
the
a
best things
calzone.
there. Like, I got food poisoning eating their tuna baguettes. Like, it's literally just a baguette with tuna in it.
You got food poisoning?
I just have
A grumpy old goat? People will follow any gods these days. Nasuma.
What the fuck is that clip from one of like their streams where he's like here, eat this.
Hooah!
It's like what was in that and it caused
Fresh from my bakery.
It's like yo, what was in that sandwich?
Praise Orn, the Firebringer. I ask for your wisdom, First Builder and Forge Lord.
The vault door. I bet Orn carved it. What? That's not a spoiler. Orn! My mom used to sing your song as the ashes died in the fire. It still makes me feel warm. Sometimes fighting can teach you things. Like how to forgive your brother.
Weapons are often the tools of cowards, great forger. Hail, Father Orn, god of fire and forge. I am Aatrox, and I am the God Killer. I don't like the look of that thing. Orn, like all gods, you disappoint.
A giant ram who sharpens scissors? Why, dreams do come true. Mr. Orn, are you still there? Are you asleep?
A grumpy old goat? People will follow any gods these days. I do not like you.
The primordial craftsman himself, Orn! Always an honor, your grooviness. Gosh, Orn, I've never out-partied a god before. Far out.
I do not like you. We never talk. Might as well fight.
The spirit of winter awakens.
Pretty words won't unburn my house, Anivia.
Here in your time of need.
I thought demigods were supposed to be rare.
A storm approaches.
What is this, a family reunion?
Something ancient stirs.
I'm still angry with you, sister.
A storm approaches.
Nope, get out of here. Shoo, shoo! Your sword has no counterbalance.
Oh god.
Give me the ale and no one gets hurt.
I'm leaving for you.
Stop building!
Shit, asshole.
My hammer is better.
All right, team. Adventure time.
My hammer is better.
Try and go join with one.
Rom is on the job.
Is that my vault door?
When going is tough, call on Brom.
Sure, but how did you even get that door off its hinges?
Let us get going.
Brom, give me back my door.
Ages pass, yet I remain.
Yes, I remember you.
Secrets hidden by frost.
If only your followers knew the truth, Ice Witch.
That's what it says.
Singed fur, jealous blood. My brother is near.
My sisters are gods of ice and salt and Everwinter. And Orn, a liar.
Volibear made the first river. You do not want to know how.
The first river was a river of blood. What has my brother been telling you? When my brother gave them fire, they forgot the fire of their own blood.
I'm so sorry. I'm having a stroke.
I cannot choose my brother. Only the weapons to slay my brother.
Orn, you once denied me your weapons. Now I no longer need them.
Volibear is near. Everyone seek shelter!
You emerge from your mountain cave, brother. Let us end this. I am the storm!
Launch the game already? Okay, we're in game.
Finally.
We're gonna go sleep. Oh.
今日も楽しいお食事しない
No, I'm playing.
Play Adela.
Oh, let's match.
You cannot kill a storm!
Spirit calling. Get that shit out of here.
Brother!
Nope, get out of here. Shoo, shoo!
Coward!
That's Crotchy
I swear if Volibear is there.
Brother, you have lost your strongest weapons. They wither and decay.
This is for my followers!
You've gone soft, brother. Too much cake. Orn's blood on my claws. Surely there was a reason. Surely this is just. Oh, brother, your forge is empty and cold.
I didn't die. My forge missed me.
do not need it. Is this a goat or a rock?
It's a benefit? What the fuck?
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。使えそうでしょ。いっぱい取れちゃった。うわー、乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。食堂が一つくらいあっても良さそうなのに。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。どれどれ。乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。森だから木の実とかキノコがいっぱいあるよね。壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。不器用かも。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。鳥でも捕まえてみようか。お願い、避けて。本当にごめんね。思ったよりひどいね。お腹空いたの？役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。これなら使えそうじゃない？
身を隠せ。
早く食べようかな。
無理に
パパッと見て出ようよ。
車を
ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。思ったより広いね。空っぽとかないよね。生存者が死亡しました。でできるもん。お願い、避けて。生存者が死亡しました。乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。友達はみんな元気だね。私のことなんて忘れちゃったかな。この矢で焼き鳥を作れると思うんだけど。
専門家に任せて。
生存者が死亡しました。私、じゃがいも好きなの。これなら使え そうじゃない？ひょっとしたら私創作の才能があるかも。私の家にもあったらな。板にしてみたら手が捕まえました。焦る必要はありません。サザンの歌を聴いてみましょう。生存者が死亡しました。チェックメイト。残酷な話。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。
先に置くことにしよう。
実験体が復帰しました。実験体が復帰しました。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。ブレイクタイムだね。役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。
よし、建造した。
本当に殺したくないのに。見つけた。うまく取れてるかな。お腹空いたの？こんなところに友達とショッピングに行ったこともあったよ。友達はみんな元気かな。私のことなんて。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。美味しく食べるから。お腹空いたの？役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。食堂が一つくらいあっても良さそうなのに。誰かが実験に再参加しました。やりましょう。
面白い。俺が
生存者が死亡しました。本当に新しい禁止区域が指定されました。敵を防ぐことができません。つけなきゃ。ごめんね。ちょっと借りるよ。お願い、避けて。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。食べるから。生存者が10人残りました。見つけた。お腹空いたの？食堂が一つくらいあっても良さそうなのに。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が10人残りました。
お願いします。
生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。生存者が10人残りました。思ったより綺麗なんですね。 者が死亡しました。こんなところに友達とショッピングに行ったこともあったな。ブレイクタイムだね。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。に死んだのかな。急速再生効果が終了されました。これ以上復活できません。繁華街じゃないみたい。生存者が死亡しました。本当に死んだのかな。役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。みんな見てる？これ私が作ったの。見つけた。みんなで一緒にご飯を食べるのが一番楽しかったな。生存者が死亡しました。大こぼしちゃダメだよ。敵を防ぐことができません。みんな見てる？これ私が作ったの。お願い避けて。美味しく食べるから。家にあった庭園を思い出すな。
面白いだろ。
本当にごめんね。ごめん。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
面白いだろ。もうお願いします。
ごめんね。生存者が死亡しました。敵を防ぐことができません。森だ。生存者が死亡しました。いっぱいあるよね。敵を防ぐことができません。思ったより広いね。
低速度撮影だ。
森だから木の実とかキノコがいっぱいあるよね。見つけた。本当にごめんね。生存者が死亡しました。連続キルです。最終生存者3人です。 しい禁止区域が指定されました。
変なことはしないで。高速撮影よ。低速度撮影など丸見えだ。俺が撮ってあげる。
役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどね。
避けられないよ。
俺が撮ってあげる。
もっと変なことお願いします。
面白いだろ。
家にあった庭園を思い出すな。
面白いだろ。どうぞお願いします。いい風景
生存者が死亡しました。本当に死んだ。最終生存者2人です。勝利しました。
Can someone just like type some? You're actually close, were you? Do you have broadcast? Nothing that can actually do that much. Not upon hearts.
I love Killing to Live in the free-to-play title called
I saw, by the way, that apparently someone had the Lumia Island to VR chat. Does anyone want to play VR chat and we play Return in VR chat?
I have actually seen that. There's like an actual Lumia Island
Yeah, someone like
map.
put the entire map, the entire like Lumia Island map in VR chat.
I actually need to explore that. I need to explore
Yeah,
that.
same here.
I'm going to reinstall VR chat just to try it out.
Yeah, I love reinstalling VR chat, not for VR chat.
Yeah,
Just for
exactly.
return.
Yep.
Sounds kind of fun. VR headset? No, you can't play without VR headset.
Yeah, you can play on a PC client. Completely fine.
Also, hi Jinx, hi Luke, how are you? You ever found to print some of the characters / meet alts like female look? For real?
Hello, Luke, Brion. Gamers.
今日も楽しいお食事しない？
Imagine hitting one skill and killing you instantly. Sounds almost like a thing Hyun women do. While staying in a bush, doesn't it?
I do want to play Vanya. Let's try it out.
Right. Where's this Ruts?
No cap. Vanya and Sua go hard.
I don't have the same route, unfortunately. I wanted to try the one from you.
Wait, we have very similar routing.
Yeah, we did.
What could go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, Sua and Vanya, like, as a duo team, goes very hard.
Oh yeah, for sure. Gigi's last game. I'm gonna press R and W and win. This is how,
Hello, Grim Strength.
that is how 11 works.
That was very interactive.
Let's go home from class because there's nothing going on. Just need papers handed back. Oh, I gotcha. Well, welcome home. Other alts are just funny stuff like Raiden Jackie from Metal Gear Rising. That sounds so cool. The Chainsaw One Jackie kind of slaps though. I remember Yuma made a Chainsaw Man Jackie for the Lumia After Party, and it was kind of slapped though. It looked really cool. Kind of slapped.
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。
No cap. The that I would like to see is the one when he's wearing like Sister clothes.
不器用かも。
The character skin swap ones. Molly,
こういう石ころでお肉を焼くと、お肉食べたいな。 創作の才能があるかも。 どれどれ？どうやって使ったらいいの？本当はどうしようかな。美味しく食べるから。
She has a trench coat jeans, that one's sick. Oh, their mage one?
ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。
I'm looking to
壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。
Spike Blade, like
Sure, yeah.
it's super OP on Vanya. If you actually don't get Spike Blade on Vanya, then you have to cap.
一人でできるもん。ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。どれどれ？もう取れてるかな。これなら使えそうじゃない？なんか寒い気がする。もう取れてるかな。お腹すいたの？本当にごめんね。
I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure I checked the schedule.
ああ、これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。
Yeah, I think this is good. You can take it. Since I want Spike Blade, you can make one out of it.
So they're able to actually use Power of Confusion? Well done, amazing. It's not going anymore? Oh,
たまに私も祈りたい時があるよ。
Yeah, we can fight it. That was haze.
Yeah, I saw. Let's see.
お願い避けて。
On bear.
本当にごめんね。
Like I said,
見つけた。
let's make sure they watch it. It's 6 p.m. PT.
ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。生存者が死亡しました。みんな見てる？これ私が作ったの。たまに私も祈りたい時があるよ。
Oh, I can chase.
役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけど。生存者が死亡しました。
She's so cracked. Oh my
So
god.
did I hit dash? Did you even hit the fucking thing?
私の家にもあったよな。友達はみんな元気かな。
Find them.
私のことなんて忘れちゃったかな。
I really want that
With
side.
their bullets.
お願い避けて。配信開始だよ。美味しく食べるから。
Fucker.
This Jinx player on my team is really cracked. Wow.
I'm really surprised you said I'm very slow. Because I can think of several occasions in which I've always screamed. Oh. Hold on. Malapon's not distracting.
I
みんなで一緒に
Yeah, he's dead.
ホテルといえば生存者が死亡しました。
R.
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
Oh yeah.
ごめんね。本当に殺したくないのに。
Yeah, I don't think she knows. She probably doesn't.
お腹空いたの？
Where are you?
I love this so much. Like a character that really
生存者が死亡しました。
but she's also like extremely like skill shot dependent. She's so good.
誰かが実験に再参加しました。本当に生存者が死亡しました。
I'm gaming.
時間だけ横になりたいな。
Yeah, right now.
港ならお魚も釣れるでしょ。
No, you can pick them up and pass them around.
Really? You can? I thought
Yeah.
you could.
No, not that. Like, enemies just can't pick them up from corpses.
Okay, yeah, I
You
mixed
can
it
get
up.
them to allies.
My brain is very big, okay? Don't judge.
お願いよけて。
Huge and small.
Yes, indeed.
Small brain.
面白い回復中この瞬間を残そうはいチーズポーズ
The barrel.
Shield? Oh, we both used all of them.
The haze is actually not bad. Surprisingly.
Don't walk in a straight line! Oh, dude, this bump actually made him dodge the thing. FQ coming on.
I would be slow.
Get him!
Can!
Yay!
I'm in the process of getting.
Let's get the tree.
Oh, tree. Oh, I still
And
need a meteorite.
then we can loot the body.
God, why is the game lagging so much?
Yeah, this game is very well optimized.
Oh!
Crotchy.
Is it Crotchy? Oh shit, please be careful, I'm not.
Ouch.
Holy
Sorry.
crap. Oh, traps, of course.
I have no cam.
There's a... Oh, there's another team here?
Oh yeah.
Alright.
Hmm.
Should have brought a book.
Well, I triggered the trap.
Yeah, just take it. I can make the Empress with that.
Sure, let's back up. I'll make glacialize for you.
Oh, thank you.
I want to decorate this with the
Thank
contract
you.
bound.
Very welcome. Okay, now we have to go and get some meteorite.
Okay.
Already won a battle zone. Probably should stay here. So it turns out, amp ice still hurts.
Yep. Still hurts. Always did. Always did.
I wonder if it still counts and progress towards the drops, but you have to like clear the I wonder if that's what it is.
Better get out the way.
Alright, I better make some SP as well.
Cold drink would be refreshing right now.
今日も楽しいお食事しない？
Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, it's fine. I'll just call in the glass bead. I can't be bothered trying to find
Yeah,
it.
it's not a thing you need to look for.
We can go to Alley and
Whoops.
contest Omega.
Sure.
I think Omega is like the bigger priority.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy meteorite or something. I really need it.
Yeah. Oh,
gamers.
There's an ISOL.
Watch out for my kingdom squish.
Yep.
Alright, I'm just gonna charge. I got rid of the shield. Alright, when this all goes down, we go.
Get back here!
Alright, let's go. Alpha. Or Mega, sorry.
Okay.
That bomb's a bit hard.
They're actually gonna come back though.
Oh, hello?
Oh.
I'm empty. I'm actually empty.
Want to hear the story of the ocean? Stay away. Let's go. No need to hurry. Feel the ocean breeze.
I'm in trouble.
Our vacation's over.
I'm in trouble.
I'm sorry, I'm dealing with my own thing right now.
I'm dead.
Oh my god.
You could have picked me up by that point.
No, I'm sorry.
She's spoiling my game. She's spoiling my game. No.
To be fair, I didn't have a lot of health left.
What is she?
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。
I wish Soul would cook me alive.
こういう石ころでお肉を焼くと、お肉食べたいな。箸に使えるかな。乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。私じゃがいも好きなの。不器用かも。
We could have won this one. Oh my god.
No, unfortunately,
文化祭じゃないみたい。
Swarmings.
Did you know what means, man? Fucking
どうやって使ったらいいの。一人でできるもん。
Okay, we don't talk about that one. Okay, that was a tactical.
I'm sure you like that, huh? If we didn't talk about that.
Tactical throw.
壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。うまく取れてるかな。本当に殺したくないのに。
Oh, well, now they're getting.
ひょっとしたら私、工作の才能があるかも。
One more.
使えそうでしょ。一人でできるもん。どうやって使ったらいいの。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。
No, the sun did not have spectral eclipse. No.
一人でできるもん。
Did I kill the real instead?
壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。お願いよけて。本当に殺したくないのに。森だから木の実とかキノコがいっぱいあるよね。
I think it's more big time.
It's like garbage weight, I mean baggage luggage. Huh?
I'm going haze.
役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。本当にごめんね。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。
And then he's all over there.
見つけた。本当にごめんね。見つけた。
Well,
生存者が死亡しました。見つけた。
oh, you can know. Come on. It could
どれどれ。
just be water. You're just jumping to conclusions. Come on.
生存者が死亡しました。思ったより広いね。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。
Well, I'm glad.
It isn't like, yeah, I don't ever want to hear you ever see that ever again.
乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。
面白いだろ。
今日もあるんだ。
This is free, this is free, this is free, this is free. This is the freest moment of my life.
この才能を残そう。
本当に殺したくないのに。
Miracle, I'm eating you. I'm serving
Oh,
eating you. Alright, where is it? Server.
Like, goodbye, cruel.
面白いだろ。
私は 本当に殺したくないのに。こんなところに友達とショッピングに行ったこともあったな。
お願いします。
It's like the viewer count went up and people stopped unfollowing.
生存者が死亡しました。見つけた。
この瞬間を残そう。
役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。ひょっとしたら私本当の才能があるかもしれない。
この瞬間を残そう。
壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。
No, I thought you meant like the music.
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。美味しそう。生存者が死亡しました。美味しく食べるから。役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。
I wish I had a soundboard.
どうぞお願いします。
生存者が死亡しました。
Alright, last kingdom will go big. Last kingdom
や
will
っととかないよね。
You can always raid Nero.
こんなところに友達とショッピングに行ったこともあったな。
You won the game.
Not saying that we should raid Nero because I'm a mod on his stream.
Right.
わあ、ごめんね。
Did we can?
本当にごめんね。
Kinda easy, yeah, probably because you weren't getting first party.
役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。
証明写真みたいなものさ。
First party is just another story shit? Yeah,
この瞬間を残そう。
you couldn't play theater anymore, so you played Esau.
やっちゃったー。作る過程を録画しておけばよかった。
ポーズお願いします。
No one will be upset.
お願いよけて。
テレビの撮影だ。
生存者が死亡しました。
お願いします。
To get you to use your ults. So I didn't have to worry about it.
私の家にもあったらな。
Get rid of your ults.
ここで生存者が死亡しました。見つけた。
No, I don't want your ISOL.
Nobody wants an ISO.
Your ISOL is worthless.
You.
Does nothing to me.
あれ美味しそう。待ってね。美味しく食べるから。
ポーズお願いします。
Is that from?
そうした。
Everybody be keen to Gengamons here, right?
役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。
No one was talking shit. Everyone's being nice.
一人でできるもん。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。たまに私も祈りたい時がある
Yanya
よ。
would never be toxic.
No, the miracle would.
Yeah.
Archmage?
That's why
Oh, it's
I'm being
gone.
toxic right now.
Wait, cemetery? Cemetery's gone.
Let's go to Uptown and
もしかしたら缶詰みたいなのがあるかもしれないよ。
the battle zone.
こんなものもできるんだ。
Just yank the block area PC and now. Yeah.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
We'll explain those in real life. That's fine.
生存者が死亡しました。
Flame just comes into my house.
敵が
That's where I live.
連続キルを達成しています。生存者が死亡しました。
My house. Turns off my PC.
敵を防ぐことができません。こういう石ころでは生存者が10人残りました。お肉食べたいな。
この瞬間を残そう。
作る過程を録画しておけばよかった。
Someone just TP.
I don't know.
There's a bunch of people TP.
There is.
何を作るところだったのかな。
Oh, it's the. It's
いい
it's
風景だな。
but they're on Yuki right now.
Oh,
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。急速再生効果が終了されました。これ以上復活できません。戦ってるのかな。
That was something else.
やっちゃったー。作る過程を録画しておけばよかった。
面白いだろ。この時間のこそ。
It's almost like the.
いい風景だ。
If you have the tree, by the way, I can make light with it.
この瞬間を残す。
幽霊は信じない。本当だって。生存者が死亡しました。敵を防ぐことができません。本当にごめんね。
面白い。
生存者が死亡しました。圧倒しています。お腹空いたの？お薬を飲むのはいいや。
The wolves are farmed here.
It says no by end? Huh? Did you say no by end? No by end's pretty cool. Like, know how you're gonna die.
Oh.
お魚さんいないかな。
Turn is about is a very
I could do it for score.
optimized game English.
No, it's actually
interesting. 新しい禁止区域が指定されました。喉乾いたよ。ここにある水飲み干してもいいかな。
Reminds me of my childhood because I
私の家にもあったらな。
2 megabytes per second. My brother.
なんか寒い気がする。
500 kilobyte per second.
専門家に任せて。
本当に殺したくないのに。
Like 100 kilobytes connection.
That's evil. That's evil.
It was awful.
やっちゃったー。作る過程を録画しておけばよかった。
Special 500 kilobyte internet. Yeah, for real. Oh, someone's up there.
It could be a bot.
Like, also someone else.
Good. They're
生存者が死亡しましたところだったのかな。敵を防ぐことができません。生存者が死亡しました。圧倒しています。生存者が5人残りました。
There's gonna be the Rosie and Yuki walking from school.
That's fine. You can hold it fast. I've got hammer school.
No. We just flanked them. We just flanked them. I'll go to a CPW and then we jump on them.
お薬を飲むのはいい 駆け巡っています。
Good job. Yeah, dude, I think my problem is that like I was just overcomplicating stuff when I played Scylla.
本当にごめんね。お薬を飲むのは嫌。お願いよ。
そんなものもしているんだ。風景だな。
お腹空いたの？
どうぞお願いします。こんなものもできるんだ。証明写真みたいなものだ。
Yeah.
Like I could make touring, but
Also the movement.
見学に行った工場に比べたら小さすぎるよ。みんな見てる？これ私が作ったの。
better go the fuck to sleep. That's why your mom.
Oh my god.
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。本当にごめんね。
Yeah? Forgot you got that butt keys me. Dude, I forget the charter code's an item. Oh, I'm good.
港ならお魚も釣れるでしょ？
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just solo this too.
What? Dude, that's so cool!
Yeah, you can do that.
I didn't know you could do that.
見学に行った工場に比べたら小さすぎるよ。
A dash
You
of
mean that
E,
W immediately?
but then you flick your mouse backwards and use W.
見てた。本当に殺したくないのに。
Just like that.
Oh, let's just go up to hospital and teleport. I'll work a
Yeah.
board here. Oh, god damn it, this sneaky birds.
船はいらないからネットがつながればいいのにな。
You have to worry about secure and
Yeah.
お願いよ。
I was going to say that's actually an interesting team comp.
sorry, I'll just jump on them. E
Yeah.
and then just slap. Oh, someone's here.
I think that's them. Yeah, it's them.
Yeah, I had them both my Q and my R key. It's over.
And I also use my W. So.
はい、乗りますよ。こんなものも終わります。この瞬間を望む。綺麗なものをお願いします。
生存者が死亡しました。戦場を駆け巡っています。勝利しました。
Yes.
Chowari died! Chowari died!
Jordan.
Oh,
What
the
are
fuck
you doing?
killed me! Oh my god.
Jesus Christ, that's a here actually exploded.
The bomb didn't even break Skull Bubble? Yeah, because it doesn't deal skull damage.
That's a here literally got stunned by Sua Q, then he got stunned by Haze W, and then he got stunned
by
Sua
R.
R2Q again.
Yeah, R and then E and he died. I hate me.
Jesus
Reeves
Christ.
brackets me.
Jesus Christ.
I can't believe that got me so bad. I'm so sorry.
Oh wow, hey, look at that. This Nyarko guy did 17,327 damage while
It's
this
almost like
Jinx
you have
person
a...
did 6,086.
Yeah, dude, because you have a
damage.
fucking, like, a gun that shoots as far as I can dash. Nuts.
Wow, this Nyarko guy sure is a carry, huh? Wow.
Well, you're actually got me sent to the shadow realm. Alright, well, that's where I'm finishing now. I'm gonna go raid someone. So take a look.
GG's.
GG's.
Thanks
Thank
for
you for
the
the game,
game.
Snorkel.
Yep. Was fun.
Take care. Oh, boy.
Take care. Bye, yo.
Alright, so. Stream over. Thank you all so much for coming by. We're gonna go raid someone. See who's streaming. Yeah, let's go raid Lynn. Let's give her a heart attack. With my chair's so squeaky. Thank you for the stream, guys. I never want to hear that guy stream again. Let's go raid Lynn. Yeah, 25%. What with the drops? The drops aren't still going, right? Oh, on the Nikki thing, right. Anyways. Raid mass, sorry. Slash read Lynn oh, that's... Okay. Alright, so. Here's the raid messages. Feel free to use them if you want to. It's nuts. You guys don't have to. Make sure you click the raid button. Because sometimes it doesn't auto join you. So if you want to join us on the raid, please click the button up there to join. Because sometimes it doesn't. And it's annoying. Once again, you look great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm very happy with this new look. I'll post the full art on Twitter. Y'all will get to see. Thank you so much, guys. Alright, so I'll wait until the end stream is up to start read. But thank you all so much for coming to stream tonight. Thank you to everyone who raided, subbed, followed, all that good stuff. Hope you all got some good stuff in your drops. Make sure you go check out over DDoS tonight for more drops. Have yourselves a wonderful day, afternoon, your nights, wherever you are. It's a wonderful world. Look after yourselves, your friends, your family, loved ones. I'll see you all tomorrow. Or tonight, sorry. Not tomorrow. So I'll see you all then. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Page. I should have died for this because I got bumped from. Should have died for that.
Yeah, I kind of messed up the engage, really.
I'm actually confused because the thing is, I saw the bar place at front, which means that I can get a free.
Huh? Oh my god!
Oh!
Huge thank you for the raid. How y'all doing?
Hi Jinx.
Huge thank you, Jinx. Oh my god, I really appreciate it. Okay, I'm kind of okay. I guess you're going Omega.
Okay, we need to gap now. Time to gap.
Okay, time to get the cap. Oh wait, I'm TP'd on top of a person.
It's fine. I'm here. Fine, you gap anyway. We get them. Gap.
Heart attack. I didn't have one. And the date is going amazing. Fishy as usual is rather kind.
Okay, the other team is down there. I don't have ult yet. I think we should just play slow.
Jinx, how did your stream go? Like, for me, this is only the second game. I haven't been playing too much. Oh, she's already pre-stacked. Nice. I'm really glad you had fun. Like, yeah, we're also just gonna play duos. Hopefully it keeps popping. Rage. Nice. Yeah, teamotes are always so fun. I wish norm teamotes pop more often. But what is wrong with being called Nyanya? Nyanya sounds kinda cute. I'd call you Nyanya. I'm gonna call you Nyanya now. How was the stream, Nyanya? Unless you actually don't want to be called that. If you actually don't, tell me. I'm gonna respect that. If it actually bothers you, please tell me. But crotchy people only say nice things to you. I hope. I do hope. Yeah, I don't know. Alamon recently infected me with the
Cathy disease.
With the Cathy virus. I kind of just want to keep playing Cathy. But I have to play now the the comp of all comps. William Fido. I've never played like a more sad comp than that.
Do you really want to do it?
Yes, yeah, we are doing it.
Okay.
Like, if like 11 Ava have like really good synergy, William Fido is like the opposite of that. It's like the reverse 11 Ava. They do nothing together. Absolutely nothing. It's so funny. Yeah, she's rather punishing, right? Because her cooldowns are really long. But once you get used to those long cooldowns, I feel like she's really rewarding with Chandra. Okay. Time to play.
Is it Alamand and Peaceful Pair in the same team? Could be.
Probably. I don't know who the Nikki Piolo team is. I feel it could be Dani and Trick, maybe? Could be, if they're playing. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, I really like the new hairdo. I think it's really pretty. I'm rather happy with it. It's much more accurate to how my hair actually looks right now. Which I like. Thank you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, because I've been going on so many dates recently. Previously with Camilo, then with Jan. Now on a duo e-date. I kinda need my pretty clothes. Ah yeah, by the way, I don't just play William, I play no crit William. Because crit is cringe.
True.
Crit is the cringe.
It is the team of all teams.
It is the two base players together.
I think they actually both sold out, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
It could be. Either way, it's nice.
I'm definitely always have fun playing against them. I kind of want to change the music again, but I don't know what to. Okay. Oh, you're both solos? So you just got really lucky. The best Emma and the best Cathy in one team. Very high.
Has to be hidden behavior score.
Okay, huge thank you for stopping by, Crotchy. Get yourself something tasty. I'm gonna try to have my best.
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。不器用かも。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。不器用かも。箸に使えるかな。鳥でも捕まえてみようか。
私、創作の才能があるかも。これなら使えそうじゃない？
Once I get the last hit, cancel out.
壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。思ったより広いね。ああ、これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。私は本当に壊したくないのに。どれどれ？
I feel like for me that's kind of like the fair playing field that I like to do.
たまに私も祈りたい時があるよ。生存者が死亡しました。誰かが実験に再参加しました。そして食べると美味しそう。面白いだ。生存者が死亡しました。いい風景だな。お願いします。一人でできるもん。お願いよけて。本当に殺したくないのに。空っぽとかないよね。海が好き。食べ物がたくさんあるからね。はっ。いい風景だ。死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。なんだと？
Keep running, keep running. I'll be there soon. Okay, I'm jeeping. Okay, Adaman going crazy.
For sure, won't like accidentally hit into the parry and get one shot, right? Ah, okay, I'm gonna get out. She's rage. Oh. Okay, we have another issue. We have no choice.
Okay, I could pull this out because like if they, yeah, like if they fight around it, we can once for free. Thing is, we lose out by doing it.
Yeah, it's not particularly very physically, is it? Maybe at least keep my stacks up.
Okay, it's another team though. Just farm mastery of the outcome. Okay.
I will turret mode you all away. There is no counterplay. There is only William. And Emma is also here. Are you food for me?
Do this. All that I have. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how, but you did. Yeah.
I clicked. I was clicking.
No, it's resetting. I actually need to like finish him off so I can get him. Like, we need to kill this first. Okay, I don't know how we did this, but we did it. Holy shit.
Okay.
We
Please,
need to finish
Alamon,
Alamon
can
off.
we have some food?
Yeah, we was about to say. Oh, he has 3 items. Oh.
What a norms gamer. Oh my god. Can we report Alamon?
And you're not on amp, so they all mine.
Are we? I think it was just a massive fiesta. I'm just gonna order.
I have no idea how we survived though. Like we really can't get enough things. We both can't even walk.
I mean, I did the biggest cappy count. I right click
her.
And then I right click now. I mean, the actual reason why I won, Alamon may have had free transition, but he did not have a Star of the Wild.
They call me that. Okay, I'm kind of stacked on money.
Now let's
We
look
could
at the
order something.
forestry.
Yeah, forest, and then I'm gonna TP in first.
What is the Bastion of Captain to Theater? The TP in? Oh, why? The Nikki head popped. Why? Oh, it's just being a really fun lobby. Like, we had a lot of like fair fights going on, but they're all close.
Can you do something with the tree?
Yeah, I would like to get the meteor and dock and make a Fosco.
Okay, sure.
I need my weapon, but I don't have credits for it.
I can actually like just 2 more credits and I can actually order the Fosco for you.
But you need utility.
No, then we can make terrain with the second Fosco. Whatever we make with the tree. Just take this and then I'll craft the tree plus meteorite.
Fine. Pishy with his good ideas and good cores. Cringe.
I won't back down.
Quick maps. Okay, let's see if the pit's still up. Yep, no one there.
Are we already down to 2 teams? Such.
2 other teams, right? Yeah.
Do I hear a boat? My bad.
I can already see myself getting half gap for Alamon. I just need to stay away from you, I think.
Could you
you don't need the
both
long
actually? No.
今日も楽しいお食事しない？
You can just go hotel.
For sure, there will nothing bad will happen to me either.
It's fine, you still have 12 seconds today.
Okay, animals up, but I will not move because I'm very scared.
Someone is close to me.
We okay? We good?
Okay, yeah.
I'm fine.
But they didn't. Were they inside the zone?
Okay, inside the zone.
Yeah, true. Dice are just disgusting. Don't give it to me, I guess.
I'm not
I will
building
make...
crit.
What do I do?
Crit is for the weak.
Hermes? No. Like,
We do play against a cafe.
Persona, I guess. Persona, I guess. But like, at least
Persona gaming.
Oh, it is technically. I'm just actually just gonna make Hermes.
Believe it or not, there were reports at the time where players were getting banned just for picking this champion. The simple act of just wanting to play your favorite champ in your favorite game, she was so underpowered, so bad, and everyone else assumed that you were trolling to the point that playing it would get you banned from League of Legends. Today's video is sponsored in the description down below and start using to be unpopular. We know that this massive roster of champions are not all picked equally, and it's understandable what makes certain champions more interesting than others. Players may want to fulfill their dream of becoming a samurai wind swordsman, dueling their brother to the death in an epic anime battle. And equally as so, some players just want to be a KDA baddie, which, I mean, hey, you do you. But in the case of these champions, they're currently struggling to see play, and you most likely understand why. I don't think any of these champions having a low pick rate surprises you, so that doesn't really make for an interesting and intriguing video. What if, however, we didn't look at right now? What if we look back at League's original unpopular and off-meta picks? Most of these champions were so pathetically bad,
験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。
どれどれ？食べちゃった。一緒に暮らしたいと思ってたこともあったんだよ。使えそうでしょ？クラフトとかないよね。乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。お薬を飲むのは嫌。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。これなら使えそうじゃない？壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。どうしてまだ病院が怖いのかな。私。使えそうでしょ。ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。これなら使えそうじゃない？役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。これなら使えそうじゃない？これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。美味しく食べるから。ここでもみんな戦ってるのかな。お願い。美味しく食べるから。知りたい？
Want to try something else. What could go well?
たまに私も祈りたい時があるよ。
こんなもので
生存者が死亡しました。
船はいらないからネットがつながればいいのにな。
お願いします。
ここでもみんな戦ってるのかな。
面白いだろ。いい風景だな。俺がこの瞬間を残そう。俺がちゃんと取ってあげる。
役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけ
面白いだろ。この瞬間を残そう。
どんなカード？お願いよけて。休めてください。プレゼントだ。
生存者が死亡しました。
この戦
Fishy, you sticking to Theo or playing
No,
something?
no.
No Theo?
Like he's a chip, but I'm playing. It's kind of like you immediately are gonna know what character I'm gonna pick. I'm gonna play archery, beach, uptown. sorry, hospital, beach, uptown, archery.
But that's
So, like,
Theo, right?
Yeah, it could be like every character in the game.
Like, I run the route on every character in the game.
Yeah,
so-
exactly.
It's Sports Watch Sniper, I am.
No.
I'm sure. Sports Watch AI, now that's what it matters.
Thankfully not.
Jinx, huge thank you for stopping by. Huge thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're amazing. You also get yourself something tasty and have an absolutely lovely rest of your day. How much time do we give it? Until I have to declare duels then?
Let's see.
I don't know, does anyone know if squads are happening? Because there was some talk about it. But if squads are happening, we could switch to squads. Just need a thought.
Yeah, I think.
Was not online to rage thing?
I think Manta's playing solos. So I wouldn't see why duos shouldn't still be popping. Otherwise we could still just try squads.
But you wanted to play ranked? Smile. I mean, yeah, sure. I can get anyone in here. I just want to have fun.
Played, thematically uninteresting, clunky, and impossible to balance, that they were eventually fully reworked and reimagined. Many of those reworks were fantastic and helped revive a formerly dead champion. But what about their original versions all those years ago?
No, I don't have to route anymore.
I had planned for this video to talk about over 20 champions, and it was going to be almost an hour long. Instead, I've decided to approach this in parts, so if I didn't mention one of them and you'd like me to talk about it in the next video, feel free to let me know in the comments down below. As mentioned in the beginning, a lot of champions you will see today were fully reworked, called a full VGU, Visual Gameplay Update. Riot does this with the intention to reimagine the champion, not just new abilities, but a new theme entirely, with an updated splash art, icons, voice lines, animations, and typically a new identity. With that being the case, I figure there's no better place to start than right here. This was the first ever full rework of a champion, all the way back in 2013. It's possible that a sizable amount of you watching this video have never seen this champion before. It's been a long time now, and unless you're a League veteran, there really wouldn't have been a good way for you to have come across this. But yes, this was Karma, her original version. She existed in this state for a little over 2 years, from early 2011 to early 2013, and as you can probably guess, wasn't very good. The design didn't feel up to the standard of other champions even for her time. Despite being a long time ago, Riot was still able to release cool and interesting champions. For example, Kha'Zix came out in 2012, and he's retained nearly the
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。どうやって使ったらいいの？おかわりください。お母さんとお父さんは私のことを探してるかな？どうやって使ったらいいの？乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。どうしてまだ病院が怖いのかな？私帰そうでしょ？壊れない ないように気をつけなきゃ。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。私の家にもあったらな。たまに私も祈りたい時があるよ。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。不器用かも。お願いよ。本当にごめんね。今日の放送はどうしようかな。見つけた。配信開始だよ。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。ここでもみんな戦ってるのかな。乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。この矢で焼き鳥を作れると思うんだけど。こんなに細い道もあるんだ。お腹空いたの？みんなで一緒にご飯を食べるのが一番楽しかったな。一人でできるもん。お願い受けて。本当にごめんね。
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。
見つけた。
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。実験体が復帰しました。
食堂が一つくらいあっても良さそうなのに。
生存者が死亡しました。
証明写真
美味しく食べるから。
この瞬間を残そう。
思ったより綺麗な水だね。
低速度撮影。
さっきのが入ってたらいいんだけどね。
この瞬間を残そう。
ごめんね。見つけた。
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。
なんかより食べ
生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。
ごめんね。見つけた。
こんなものもできるんだ。
本当に殺したくないのに。お魚さんいないかな。見つけた。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
お願いします。証明写真
みんな見てる？
生存者が死亡しました。
作ったの。
敵を防ぐことができません。
食堂が一つくらいあっても良さそうなの
低
に。
速度撮影だ。 匹です。
生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。生存者が死亡しました。でお肉を焼くと敵を防ぐことができません。
低速度撮影だ。
食べたいな
専門家に任せて。はい、取り込み。僕にお任せください。そんなものにするんだ。いい取引です。
繁華街じゃないみたい。生存者が死亡しました。敵を防ぐことができません。誰かが実験に再参加しました。家にあった庭園を思い出すな。
No, it would have looked cool.
俺がちゃんと撮ってあげる。いい写真が出た。この瞬間を残そう。面白い。お願いします。低速度撮影だ。
新しい禁止区域が封鎖されました。本当はどうしようかな。生存者が死亡しました。殺すな。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が10人残りました。本当に死んだのかな。生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。思ったより広いね。
Don't mind if I do. And then I made Alan that with it.
生存者が10人残りました。
I can order for you. In age. If we get the last hit, I should be able to.
私の家にもあったらな。本当に死んだのかな。なんかより食べ物を探したいんだから。待っててね。美味しく食べるから。
お願いします。
Jeez, what?
生存者が死亡しました。敵が戦場を駆け巡っています。生存者が死亡しました。精進料理。敵を防ぐことができません。だったの。
こんなもの。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。急速再生コードが終了されました。これ以上死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。 敵が戦場を駆け巡っています。この頃に友達とショッピングに行ったこともあったな。でも本当に死んだのか。食堂が一つくらいあっても良さそうなのに。やっちゃったー。作る過程を録画しておけばよかった。鳥でも捕まえてみようか。あー、ごめんね。美味しく食べるから。本当にごめんね。私こんなことまでしなければいけないの？鳥でも捕まえて。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。見つけた。本当にごめんね。急に家のこと思い出しちゃった。美味しく食べるから。見つけた。美味しく食べるから。急に家のこと思い出しちゃった。見つけた。美味しく食べるから。私の家にもあったらな。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。あー、ごめんね。見つけた。見つけた。お腹すいたの？美味しく食べるから。お願いよけて。 生存者が死亡しました。敵が戦場を支配しています。生存者が死亡しました。敵が連続キルを達成しています。生存者が5人残りました。
お香の香り？ここでもみんな戦ってるのかな？みんな見てる？これ私が作ったの。わあ、ごめんね。食べてね。美味しく食べるから。ごめんね。本当にごめんね。森だから木の実とかキノコがいっぱいあるよね。
新しい禁止区域が指定されました。
みんな見てる？これ私が作ったの。あ、見つけた。よかったよね。あれ美味しそう。本当に死んだ。家にあった庭園を思い出すな。プレゼントを開ける時みたいだね。お腹空いたの？お腹空いたの？よかったよね。
どんなカードがいい？
Damn it.
ここでもみんな戦ってるのかな。森だから木の実とかキノコがいっぱいあるよね。追いかけちゃった。おいしそう。君のために用意してた。
間もなく臨時セーフゾーンが解除されます。生存者が死亡しました。敵が戦場を駆け巡っています。
喜んでるのに。
Hey, and one more.
I think we got it.
Yeah, let's focus on the RV. Come on. RV? Okay, everybody look at the RV and smile. This is what you want for your family portrait? Good point. We bundled the boat with our home and auto first.
Exact same kit, same splash art, animations, and theme. He's held up pretty well. Karma's original kit was both very different and also somewhat similar at the same time. The overall concept of her was always there. She didn't have a traditional ultimate and instead used mantra. Her E was still a shield, W was still a tether, and the Q was a damaging and poke tool, but in terms of all of the specific details, that's what was different. The Q would throw out these weird fans or blades or whatever these are in a cone, and immediately I see some problems. What is this animation? Doesn't it seem a bit odd? It isn't exactly great in terms of visual clarity. If you would use Mantra Q, it could also heal yourself and allies in this cone, which is kinda cool that she had some ally healing. Her W is the biggest change, and it's extremely unique. We've seen nothing like it since this version of Karma, but maybe for a good reason. Her W would attach a binding to enemies, allies, minions, wards, a bunch of different stuff. That tether would increase the movement speed of allies, decrease the movement speed of enemies, and any enemies, including minions that would pass through it, would take damage. This ability was clunky and awkward to use, and although I'm sure that some of you loved it and remember it fondly, it's unlikely we'll see something like this return. Attaching a tether to a minion and moving back and forth for wave clear feels weird. Is it fair to say something as harsh as like, this is too much work? I don't know. Doesn't it just seem like more of a hassle than anything else? It's pretty interesting that you could attach to allies and they could run behind enemies so that it does damage, but relying on teammates in League of Legends? Come on, that's a bit of a stretch. If you want more proof that this concept has not really worked out in this game very well, just look at Rel. Rel consistently dominates the win rate chart, has been played and used effectively in competitive play, and is clearly a strong champion, yet no one seems to play her. One potential reason for that is with her stun being the tether between her and her allies. No matter how many attempts at this type of ability we've seen, since the previous Mordekaiser version also had something like this for a while, it feels like the players don't like it. Maybe these abilities aren't fleshed out enough and that's the biggest reason, but clearly something is not clicking here. Her E did something pretty cool. It could damage enemies. It was pretty much the same shield that it is today, but instead of the Mantra E giving a big AoE shield for your team, instead, immediately upon casting it, it would explode for some damage. Finally, her passive was a bit boring, but appropriate for the time since passives weren't always 10 paragraphs. The lower health that she was, the more AP she gained. The theme felt bland with the dull gray colors and the dated splash art even for 2011 standards. She needed some help, so in 2013, Riot fully reworked her as the first VGU, and it was a massive success. Other than a few tweaks here and there,
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。箸に使えるかな？不器用かも。お願いよけて。私じゃがいも好きなの。私の家にもあったらな。こんなところに友達とショッピングにしたこともあったね。一人でできるもん。お肉を焼くと、お肉食べたいな。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。今日の放送はどうしようかな。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。私の家にもあったらな。どうやって使ったらいいの？役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。どれどれ？これなら使えそうじゃない？ひょっとしたら私、創作の才能があるかも。ここでもみんな戦 いてたらいいんだ。生存者が死亡しました。本当にごめんね。生存者が死亡しました。本当にごめんね。開始だよ。生存者が死亡しました。こんな大変だとは。
And several nerfs because Karma has been a strong competitive champion. She's basically the same that she is today, which means they absolutely nailed it and deserve credit here. Her glow up is one of the best things they've done to this game. Now, I've done videos on some of the strongest champions of all time, but champion power in League history has to take into account the context. It's all relative, because in terms of absolute value of power, clearly Beta Twisted Fate and Beta Jax are the strongest ever. But are they really the strongest if they existed in the game at the same time competing with each other? The beta as a whole had all of the power levels way off the charts. Annie had a 5-second stun during the beta. What I'm really talking about here is true power. How strong was a champion compared to the rest of the field? So although Beta Twisted Fate is infamous for being insane, everything else was too at the time. That's why my big three for the strongest champions to ever exist are the 95% ban rate Kassadin from Season 4, released Callista in 2015, and recently Zeri at her peak this year. But what about the low point for any champion in League history? Which champion was consistently bad for a long period of time? For close to a year, Evelynn might have been the most horrendous champion in game history. In a game where Talon and LeBlanc had a silence, Old Kale could one-shot you with 2 point-and-click buttons, and DFG Ahri deleted you during the crowd control, this champion honestly did nothing well. She had very little damage, barely any utility or CC, she was squishy, no combat mobility, and other than her stealth, which didn't really help much in a meaningful way, she was useless. How did it get so bad for her? Well, back in 2011, Evelynn received one of the biggest nerfs in game history. She's always been controversial due to her stealth, and there's a somewhat hilarious strategy at the time where Evelynn would buy Sunfire capes, which the damage would stack, and she could stand on people and just burn them from stealth. If you're wondering why this works, well, before the Assassin rework, which was many years after these clips, stealth used to be 100% effective even in close range. This build, for all of its hilarity and BS and funny clips, wasn't actually that meta, and her other builds were better, and she dominated solo queue for a seriously long time. All of this came together to highlight a big problem, which is that players hate playing against stealth. Nobody likes to buy pink wards, no one wanted to play around it, and it was a massive point of frustration. So after performing well in solo queue, she was gutted, with the most important change being the removal of her stun and changing it to a slow. Here's something to take away from this video.
実験が始まりました。レーダーを活性化します。静かにしてなきゃいけなさそう。私の家にもあったらな。こんなところに友達とショッピングに行ったこともあったな。使えそうでしょ。こういう石ころでお肉を焼くとお肉食べたいな。
専門家に任せて。そうか。
これなら使えそうじゃない？使えそうでしょ。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。生存者が死亡しました。使えるかな。どうやって使ったらいいの。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。森だから木の実とかキノコがいっぱいあるよね。役に立つものが入ってたらいいんだけどな。ちょっと慣れてきたみたい。お願い避けて。分かったよね。見つけた。ひょっとしたら私創作の才能があるかも。不器用かも。乗り物に乗ってる気分だよ。喉乾いたよ。ここにある水飲み干してもいいかな。こういう石ころでお肉を焼くとお肉食べたいな。私じゃがいも好きなの。分かったよね。これくらいなら配信してもいいかも。お魚さんいないかな。死亡しました。生存者が死亡しました。死んだのかな。壊れないように気をつけなきゃ。やっちゃった。作る過程を録画しておけばよかった。私じゃがいも好きなの。お願い避けて。美味しく食べるから。見つけた。たばことかないよね。生存者が死亡しました。普通に暮らしたい。生存者が10人残りました。これなら使えそうじゃない？壊 れないように生存者が死亡しました。新しい禁止区域が指定されました。お母さんとお父さんは私のことを探してるかな。生存者が死亡しました。実験棟が復帰しました。食べ物がたくさんあるからね。美味しく食べるから。本当に殺したくないのに。あ、見つけた。生存者が死亡しました。敵を防ぐことができません。
Ah! Why does he do so much more damage? Bro, fuck Bernie's.
"信じられるのはこの拳だけだ。
you can tell your friends this. At the time, there were reports of players being banned simply for playing Evelyn. Seriously, that's how bad she was. A combination of having a terrible score, probably being mass reported by their entire team, would cause players to get banned by the tribunal. Playing their favorite champion who was struggling with a 32% win rate could get you banned from playing the game. Poor Evelyn. Obviously, we eventually arrived at an Evelyn rework, which I think a lot of us would agree is one of the better ones. She has skill expression, she retained a lot of her original identity with the stealth, and the ult is very cool. Plus, again, you get to be a KDA pop star, and isn't that what it's all about? Champion design philosophy has evolved substantially over the years. Counterpick champions and situational champions are not the norm. Over the last couple of years, Vex is probably the best example of Riot trying to make a champion who can be used as a counterpick. Because of her passive, Vex is good into champions with mobility. However, it's not her entire identity. It's not as if Vex is unplayable into compositions with little to no mobility, because at the end of the day, she's still a strong mage with the ability to farm resources because she has solid wave clear. Typically, new champion design is attempting to create ones who are all around. They can usually do a little bit of everything, and their viability isn't contingent on what the enemy picked. The design philosophy that we have now is what other gaming communities would call all-rounders, like in fighting games. All-rounders can play many different styles in a variety of situations. Rather than being a dominating counterpick or excelling at one style, these types of characters are generally solid at most things. But going all the way back to the beginning of League of Legends history, 2009, 2010, and 2011, counterpicks were a much bigger deal than they are now. There's a reason that Rammus and Malphite dominate into heavy AD comps. They are the anti-physical damage armor stackers. And unsurprisingly, they're also two of the oldest champs in the game. These champions come from a different time, an era where Kassadin would steal your mana and was a true anti-mage. Veigar's ultimate scaled with your AP, and a few years back, Zed's ultimate for a time would give
絶対に妥協はしない。記者だから。
私に書いてほしいものとかある？
信じられるのはこの拳だけだ。
him extra AD based on the targets he killed. Jhin mains would tremble in fear if Zed was picked. But would you believe me if I told you I still haven't listed the strongest counterpick of all time? Galio. One of the most underplayed, underappreciated, and weakest champions of all time, Galio also had the capability of becoming a god if he was picked into heavy AP comps and just got rolling a little bit. Galio's old passive increased his AP based on magic resistance. He could also amplify this amount with his W. It was a buff that he could put on himself or allies, increasing their resistances by a lot, and if they took damage during it, it would heal Galio. So he was very tanky while also dealing good damage. If you apply W to yourself, you'll get MR, which means because of your passive you'll get more AP.
The protocol has begun. The battlefield will open shortly. The battlefield is now open.
subject has been terminated. Subject has been terminated. An enemy is consecutively eliminating survivors. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Phase 3 will begin shortly. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Phase 3 has begun. Subject has been terminated. subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Subject has been terminated. Subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated. Has been terminated. A subject has been terminated.
距離なら歩くのに。
The experiment has ended.
Or you could throw it on an ally as they dive in and it would start healing him. He also had top tier wave clear with his Q and his E, and his ultimate is a supercharged version of his current reworked W. It was an instant AoE taunt, and then would explode for big damage at the end. That amount was increased based on how much he taunted. So the big play for Galio was to look for multi-person flash ultimates, and it was a total game changer. I know your question now must be, why was he unpopular then? He seems really good, this kit seems strong. And you would be right, he did not have a bad kit. More precisely, it was unhealthy and hard to balance. The combination of a strong passive, very good basic abilities, and one of the better ultimates in the game made him an unstoppable terror against a couple of AP champions. He would dominate in the correct situation, which is why they kept him purposefully neutered. How did they keep him so weak? Mana costs. His mana costs were an absolute crime. It's true that he had good wave clear, but with a very big asterisk. You need items and blue buff. They kept him underpowered for several years until he was eventually reworked and we got New Galio. New Galio is a great champion, and while he's still underutilized, I feel that has more to do with his innate supportive style and theme. Not that many people want to play as this type of champion, when instead you could be a 1v9 superstar Z main with serious main character syndrome. Surprisingly, I have never covered Xerath before on my channel. This Xerath that we have today is not his original version. Even though it feels like he's basically been the same forever, for about 2.5 years he was pretty different. His Q was practically the same, and his ultimate was almost the same too, except he did not gain extra charges with each point. That was a buff that he got later down the line in 2016, and also his ultimate was much shorter range, but we'll come back to it. His passive was not a mana passive at all. Instead, he gained bonus armor based on his AP. Just as I was saying with Galio, Wright used to do this a lot with passives. They wanted to make champions that were used as counter picks, and he needed this too since his abilities were shorter range than they are now. However, this is the fun part. His W was completely different. Locus of Power was very unique. Pressing it would immobilize himself for 8 seconds, giving his spells more magic penetration and 400 range. He could cancel it early if he needed to, and once it was done, he gained some movement speed. Maybe it's just me, but this is genuinely such a cool ability. It's similar to how Jin Ultimate immobilizes himself and then he can cancel it, but of course this spell is tricky to use properly since it's a big trade-off of losing all mobility but gaining a massive amount of damage and range. I feel as though if this ability were in the game today, we would see players use it much better. Maybe it was just too ahead of its time for 2011, and I'd like to see Riot maybe try again with this concept on some kind of other poke mage. It fits the theme of artillery very well, since essentially you become a tower. After saying how much I liked his old W, I'll say his previous E wasn't all that interesting, and I like the way the stun ball is today. His E back then was called Mage Chains. It was a point-and-click damaging mark onto an enemy champion, and after being marked, if Xerath hit them with any of his other spells, it would consume the mark and stun them. In a lot of ways, this is similar to how Brand stuns enemies, but it works better on Brand because he's shorter range and has a lot more burst. Brand is...
The protocol has begun. The battlefield will open shortly. こんなのがあれば。
剣など必要ないかもしれませんね。
The battlefield is now open.
逃げたところで火を消すことはできないわ。
Terminated. Terminated. クラクラして気分が悪いわ。遊び足りないじゃない。もっと熱くなるはずよ。向こうがよく燃えそうね。 Next phase initiated.
この島を暖かくする準備はできてるわ。
A subject has been terminated.
はじけろ。
Consecutively eliminating survivors. Ally killing spree.
こちらへ今
Subject has been terminated. Double kill. Ally killing spree. A subject has been terminated.
クラクラして気分が悪いわ。
Double kill. A subject has been terminated.
クラクラして気分が悪いわ。どうしたの？あんたもすぐに温めてあげるわ。
A subject has been terminated. An enemy is consecutively eliminating survivors.
終わりますから。
もっと熱くなるわ。
A subject has been terminated.
Ally killing A subject has been terminated.
こんなのがあれば
A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated.
どうしたの？あんたもすぐに温めてあげるわ。もっと熱くなる。
A subject has been terminated. A subject has been terminated.
ちょっと待ってて。
戦闘準備は完了。
燃やせるものは全て燃やし尽くすわ。
冷えるでしょ？
ちょっと待ってて。
A subject has been terminated. Enemy is A subject has been terminated.
クラクラして気分が悪いわ。
逃げたところで火を消すことはできない。
Enemy team is in the lead. 全て燃やし尽くすわ。
冷えるでし
ちょっと待ってて。
ょ？この島を暖かくする準備はできてるの。点火準備は
燃やせるものは全て燃やし尽くすわ。燃やせるものは全て燃やし尽くすわ。
この島を暖かくする準備はできてる。Enemy eliminating survivors.
ちょっと待ってて。
A subject has been terminated.
物は全て燃やし尽くすわ。 どうしたの？あんたもすぐに温め
A subject has been terminated.
君は遊び足りないじゃない。
点火準備は完了。An enemy is consecutively eliminating survivors. Concluding protocol.
Is not really an artillery mage, so for Xerath this makes less sense for him to have a 2-button CC. You have to walk up to someone and press E on them and then hit them with something else. And because your W isn't a damaging spell at all, unless you're ready to use your ultimate, it's not interesting since the only combo you do consistently is E into Q. He was pretty unpopular and this playstyle felt undefined. Was he a battle mage or artillery? It almost seemed like he was trying to do both, but didn't excel at either of them. He was just okay at best. At the beginning of 2014, Xerath saw a big gameplay update which turned him into essentially what he is today. One key note about his ultimate that I did not mention before is just how much more range it has now. Even during the Locus of Power buff where his abilities gained 400 range, his ultimate isn't even close to what it is now. It was only 1300. For reference, 1300 range is a Caitlyn Q, whereas Xerath Ultimate today has a range of 5000, which, while not global, is absolutely in the category of semi-global. They did well with him here, turning him from a battle mage and a mid-range mage into his proper long-range poke. When I think of League's bottom-of-the-barrel champions from the old days, when I personally reminisce about which champions sucked back in the day, there's one that comes to mind first and foremost to me. Maybe it's because he was also ugly.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
But when I started playing League, I remember what everyone told me at the time. The consensus was that Urgot is the worst champion in the game. The reason for him being the laughingstock had more to do with the duration of the suckitude rather than the magnitude of the trash, if you catch my drift. Urgot never reached the lows of Evelyn, but he certainly stunk for the longest period of time, pretty much 3 full seasons of being terrible. As with nearly every champion on this list, it's because of him getting nerfed. A lot of times. He had an unhealthy kit that was impossible to balance and had little to no counterplay, meaning that Riot had no choice but to gut him to the ground. In League's early days, he was a dominant champion, with pros back in the very first season saying things like Urgot in Taric bot lane was unbeatable. Yeah, these two champions, an unbeatable duo. What a time. He was also viable in 3 roles, ADC, mid, and top, which meant that he was more difficult to balance than other members of this list as well. He was tough to 1v1 because of his innate tankiness, ranged poke, and he actually had some engage with one of the coolest ultimates in the game. The Urgot ult on a priority target was like a point-and-click insec, but the problem with giving this to a mid-range ADC caster and putting him in the middle of the team with no dashes meant that this was often a one-way ticket. Late game, your damage completely fell off, which meant that your usefulness was in your ultimate, and you relied on your teammates to carry. Everything about him was poorly designed, up to and including his theme. Thankfully for Urgot players, even if he's not 100% true to his original form, this version of Urgot that we have now is much healthier for the game. And I mean, look at him. He's cool as heck now. His new ultimate is amazing, and definitely some of their best work when in this rework. Lastly, a fun one. Which champion had the most broken kit ever? When I ask that, I don't mean strongest and not based on win rate, I mean on paper. Which kit is the strongest they've ever made? One that was so strong, buffing it would be a complete mistake. I think there's definitely a solid answer to that, and that's Poppy. Let's make this 100% clear. Old Poppy was not a bad champion, despite her horrendous numbers. She was ugly as all I mean, look at her, but not a bad champion. Her kit was insane. It all starts with her passive. I want to make sure you truly understand what this did. When Poppy takes non-turret damage, so any champion damage, minion damage, or jungle damage, if it's going to deal more than 10% of her current health, she cuts it in half. That means that if Poppy has 1000 health, anything that will do more than 100 damage will do half damage. If Poppy gets low and has 100 HP, anything that does more than 10 damage will be cut in half. This is, without a doubt, one of the worst abilities ever designed. It made her deceptively tanky and almost impossible to judge how much damage she would take based on pure muscle memory and game knowledge, and it was very difficult to make that mental calculation. Her Q was also completely unfair. It was a basic attack enhancing reset like a Nasus Q, but it did % max health damage and converted all of it to magic damage. So isn't it great when a champion can build full AD, so you think that you should build armor for all of her damage and autos, and then she presses Q and crits you for 1000 magic damage instead. Love that. Poppy's W gave her a passive amount of bonus AD and armor stacking while in combat, but similar to how pressing Misfortune W instantly grants max stacks, this did too and also gave her movement speed. And her ultimate. Oh boy, her ultimate. The most infamous ultimate ability in the history of the game. Truly from another time. This is a beta level ultimate that just never got changed, and if by chance you've never seen this, you're in for a treat. Diplomatic immunity. She could point and click on an enemy champion, causing them to take extra damage from the Poppy, and then became completely immune to everything else in the game. So Poppy could ult the support, and for 6 to 8 seconds, only the support can deal any damage to her whatsoever, and only the support can CC her in any way. If she ulted somebody with no CC, then there was no way of stopping her, all with impossible to build against AD damage mixed in with converted magic damage crits. Watching and rewatching these old montages makes this look like the strongest, most powerful, most broken, unstoppable champion of all time. And that's exactly what she was. So what's the catch? How is it possible that she was bad? Well, the only thing that kept her remotely balanced is that she had the worst numbers of any champion in the game and had zero wave clear at all, making it difficult to get farm. She was made to be impossibly weak early game so that any champion could match up with her, and she was simply too bad to scale up consistently. The late game 6-item fantasy, in theory where she has no counterplay, was too difficult to get to. Riot directly told us during this time that if somehow, some way players could find a strategy to help Poppy get out of the early game, it would be immediately nerfed. They knew that she was broken beyond repair, which is why, similar to Yorick, she was removed from the free week rotation. Riot hid her away from the players, almost embarrassed that this champion even existed in their game. Playing Poppy all the way until 2015 was like having a time machine. It could show you a champion designed for a different game, long before League of Legends became the global sensation that it did. Almost unbelievably, this version of Poppy, and a much more well thought out and interesting champion like Echo or Kindred, existed in the game at the same time.
We were right about Lee Sin being banned. We thought it might come from the Wolves' side, but either way, banned out nonetheless. On the other side, Lulu taken away from Alex. Aatrox, he's got to be Kassadin here, the final ban.
Yeah, Kassadin, it will mean that we have obviously Lee's open, we also did Lucian for the first big option, and also LeBlanc is open for Gambit side.
Wow.
Actually, Kassadin is open. Whoa.
Wow. And that gives them... Whoa, okay. There we go. Darian fist bumps and
Darian was
says,
so
there
happy.
we go, thank you very much. Kassadin first pick. The Wolves set out there to say, okay, they're going to get Kassadin or they're going to get Lucian.
There was a time that a champion was thought to be so good and so powerful, you weren't allowed to play him. In one of the last patches of his dominance, Riot themselves note that these are some short-term weeks to knock his power levels down a peg while we continue testing. Maybe someone, somewhere, will get to play him in a ranked game. And as far as that last line goes, they meant it. 95% ban rate wasn't a joke. It wasn't a meme. It was real. There was a time that your chances to win the lottery were higher than your chances of locking in Kassadin. To celebrate 10 years of League of Legends, let's take a look at one of the oldest and most important champions in the history of the game. Just like League of Legends, Kassadin 2 is celebrating his 10th birthday as a champion, and it's been an insane ride, one of astronomical ban rates, frustration, free wins after level 16, and of course, arguably the most famous play in League of Legends of all time.
I'm an idiot.
As far as the timeline, let's understand where we are here. The time in which Kassadin held this extreme level of power was from mid to late 2013 and on into early 2014. The Reign of Terror would eventually come to an end on patch 4.4, where he would be reworked, but we'll get to that in a bit. In order to understand the story of his 99% presence in solo queue, which is a League of Legends record that is probably unbreakable, we have to go back in time a bit further, to the early days of League. Let's make something clear. When talking about Season 3 and Season 4 Kassadin, some of you may say that he is the most overpowered champion of all time. And for that, you might actually be right.
Head high, chin up, scissors ready.
But he wasn't the most powerful champion ever, and there's a key distinction in that phrase. Something being overpowered or overtuned is always relative, meaning in relation to the rest of the field of champions that you could possibly play. Something by rule could only be overpowered if other things are in relation to that underpowered. Sure, Jax is a good champion right now. With Spear of Sojin and Conqueror, he's in a great spot, but comparing him now to Beta Jax, it's no competition. Beta Jax was on another level, and this is largely because the general power level of champions in the beta was the highest of any time during the game's history. What made Kassadin so strong during 2013 and 2014 is not that he was even the most powerful version of Kassadin that we've ever seen, but actually if you just compare him to the rest of the champions in the game at the time, he was absurd. This was during a time where champions were consistently nerfed and reworked from their early season power levels back in 2009, 2010, and 2011, while new champions weren't nearly as overloaded with mobility like they are now. It just feels like every new release these days just tops the rest, and mobility and overloaded kits are at an all-time high. Kassadin in the early seasons of League was infamous for his insane mobility and his silence, which honestly is something that we've grown accustomed to seeing in Season 9. Kassadin's design was based very closely to that of the anti-mage from Dota, a hero who is known for specifically being good at dealing with magic threats. Throughout his concepts, release, and even now in 2019, Kassadin and the gameplay team have done what they can to stay true to this theme: magic damage reduction, magic damage shields, and being able to be an off-tanky bruiser who can build health and MR, but also still be a mage. However, on his release, Kassadin was bonkers. He was nerfed immediately following his arrival to the Summoner's Rift. Originally, Kassadin's abilities did a couple of different things. To start off, his W used to steal mana from its target, rather than just restoring mana for himself, which was the first and last of its kind for this type of ability in League of Legends. Those who played any time before patch 4.4 will also remember that obviously his Q had a silence. These days, it's more of a simple channel disruptor, which is kind of a silence of sorts because technically he can silence Katarina from using her R, but it's not really the same as a real silence. Right away, his R was nerfed with a late game cooldown increase and a mana cost increase. A couple of weeks later, his Q's AP ratio was nerfed as well. Weeks and months later, he was hit with 2 more direct nerfs to Force Pulse back to back, increasing the number of spells needed to act.
Alright everyone, first we must win. After, I'll be glad to fix any clothes, hair, or broken spirits.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
No one said life would be easy. That is its
Minions
job.
have spawned.
A great day to fight.
First blood. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Oh, what to do?
Enemy killing spree.
I can't lose this.
You have been slain.
You can't let that be your swamp. This place certainly brings out the fight in everyone. Wouldn't be fair if I didn't present my best.
Enemy rampage. Shut down. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
All right, my turn. That brisk, fresh air.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Make sure my allies feel the joy they deserve. You don't frighten me.
Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
This is better than a dream. It's real. And I won't ever forget it.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable.
If only she were here to see this. See me.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is dominating. Enemy triple kill.
Looking for a tailor?
Enemy double kill. An enemy is legendary.
Next, I get to decide.
The turret has been destroyed.
May I jump in?
An enemy is legendary. Enemy double kill. Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. has been slain. You have been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Not now, not ever.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
The memories I stitch here will
An
be my
enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
I'm gone. What a delight!
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
This'll cheer me up.
Has been slain. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Ace. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Silence.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's called the hallowed
Double
mist,
kill.
but how it feels matters more. Warm, safe, like nothing can hurt me.
An ally has been slain.
Don't waste a minute.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Quick!
You have been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy killing spree.
I'll break as many needles as it takes to get this right.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. defeated.
Activated, as well as the AP ratio. And after his release, it does kind of make sense that he was too strong due to him being the only champion in the game with that kind of insane mobility. But because of the massive amount of nerfs, and the fact that the meta did not favor him at the time, after being very strong in the game for a couple of months on release, he was pretty bad during Season 1. When I say the meta was bad for him, remember that back in these days the best known strategy was to play an ADC in the mid lane, such as Ashe. For Kassadin, you can't possibly pick a worse matchup for him than an AD range champion. So this would lead to our purple friend having a few buffs along the way towards Season 3. His passive and his Q would receive some decently significant buffs, as well as his W having a nice little bonus to allow him to farm easier during the early game. On top of that, Riftwalk would have its late game base damage reduced, but in compensation have its AP ratio increased by 30%, which overall is a big buff because by the time you hit level 16, losing 45 damage with a 30% ratio increase will always be a lot more damage gained than lost. So now we have the story for the early seasons, from on release where he was super overpowered, till now where he really wasn't that strong.
They shall tremble at my
Let's jump ahead
perfection.
to Season 3. As we know from all playing this game for many years, direct changes aren't the only changes that can help out a champion, and make them a lot stronger. To go back to the Jax example from earlier to make things simple, again, the introduction of Conqueror and Spear of Sojin are direct changes to the game, but indirectly have helped Jax become stronger. For Season 3 Cass, he was not directly changed, but the new starting items that were put into the game, most notably Crystal and Flask, helped him get through the early game a ton. This item was today's equivalent of Corruption Potion, which is what the item was actually reworked into, except it was even more sustained. When you started this item, it didn't even cost the full amount of starting gold, so you got your 3 charges of Flask, as well as being able to buy even more potions after that. Nowadays, Corruption Potion does deal a bit of damage while it's active, but it costs the full amount of starting gold, and you are completely restricted from buying more potions. The sheer amount of sustain that you were allowed to get really increased the chances and likelihood that you will get out of the early game on scaling champions, and with that being Kassadin's only true weakness, that was game changing. So as we approach the beginning of professional play for Season 3, there was a tournament to kick off the new season known as IEM. For that tourney, Kassadin, and more specifically a player by the name of Xpeke, would provide us with one of the most iconic moments of all time.
He missed immediate locking after this. Okay, so you go around us. Well, I'm going to see him come powerballing straight toward.
As evil grows, so shall I.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
These endless mortal cycles.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Suffering begets cruelty. It ends with me.
Minions have spawned.
I do not fear the holy fire. I must become it. devotion will set the world aflame.
First blood.
Only the divine may judge. On wings of fire, hope ascends. The moment justice bends. Heal by fire. Endure!
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The celestial realm awaits. To withhold justice is a dark sin. Flame purified. I bring the lights round.
An enemy
I will not bend. The righteous path begins with me. there is wrong. All else is rationalization. Flame purified. Fear the cleansing fire. Where there is evil, I shall go. I took up my mother's sword, and with it, your hurt.
You have slain an enemy.
Buried with your transgression. I salute
An
the
ally has
fallen.
been slain.
By divine edict.
Enemy double kill.
Heal by fire. And so I must fly.
Has been slain.
Save your excuses.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. You have been slain. Shut down.
They cannot kill justice. Let me grow stronger, that I might vanquish the forces of darkness. Let me transcend mortal frailty.
An ally has
deserve this. Surrender and I'll make this quick. The past is for sin. The future is for the return.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Stand and be judged. I fly for the glory that shines above this caustic din. It made me weak.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Will not. Flame purified. Pain
An enemy has been slain.
Shield on fire. The celestial realm awaits.
An ally has been slain.
I will grow stronger. Justice unyielding.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Would that my
An ally has been slain. You have been slain.
The light renews.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain.
No human is perfect, but I am not.
Turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
They cannot kill justice. I absorb from the flame of their sins.
Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain.
My devotion is unbreakable. Weighed on the scales of stars.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. You have been slain. Shut down.
The light renews.
Enemy double kill. Ace.
They cannot kill justice. The fallen will never rise again.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Wings of immortal flame, lift me from mortal temptation!
Your turret has been destroyed.
I salute the fallen.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm just going to push my ultimate, push you straight away again. And once that Powerball's run out, Rammus is a little bit stuck for quite a while and can't come back in and engage. So that's a fairly large part of Fnatic's lineup taken out of the picture. But with their last pick, they picked up that Kassadin, who is a big champion in Ocelot's roster. But this time, Peke is going to run it up against him, and Ocelot looks like he's the one that's taking the lead.
Massive wave for them going towards the Nexus turret right now. Fnatic have to get back and deal with them. Meanwhile, you can see that SK Gaming are just keeping them delayed. They've got 2 inhibitors down, and they are just going to pile straight up towards those super minions in the base. You can see there's coming in there. Peke is definitely up towards the Nexus. But meanwhile, they're in the base. Kenna starts trying to defend them in the base. Peke is trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Catches him with another axe. He's very low.
They shall tremble, my perfection.
There were so many emotions with this play. The fact that the game was as long as it was, the insane and perfect use of Kassadin's Riftwalk to delay the Olaf from killing him, and the fact that he not only started on very low health, but he lived literally on one hit to get the last auto attack on the Nexus, would all compile to be a fitting victory for the Fnatic and SK rivalry in Europe. This play captured millions of eyes and hearts of League of Legends fans, inspiring so many people to root for Fnatic, love Xpeke, and just as importantly, start playing and learn how to play Kassadin. This is a crucial play in the story of Kassadin because you have to remember, during this time, meaning the beginning of Season 3, this is not actually when Kassadin was his strongest during that season. That would not come until the middle of the season on patch 3.13. That would be a couple of months down the road from this play. But when the patch would come out later on, it would have given the players a couple of months of solo queue to practice Kassadin, his ban rate, his...
With the just hand of law, I enter the fray, unbound by this mortal pettiness.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
To withhold justice is a dark sin.
Minions have spawned.
Evil fears only fire. And you're the its opposition.
First blood. You have slain an enemy. You have been slain.
The light renews.
An ally has been slain.
Mortals are blinded by their own misery.
I've seen too much of this.
An ally has been slain.
This world was not meant for us. Surrender and I'll make it quick. Flame purifies. Heal by fire. The light of my devotion will set the world aflame. Flame purifies. The celestial realm awaits. Let's use the flame! They cannot kill justice. There is right, and there is wrong. All else is rationalization.
An enemy has been slain.
The divine path shows the
Shut down.
Heal by fire. I salute the fallen. Live long enough, and all lies crumble to
An
dust.
ally has been slain.
Only the divine may judge. Be gone. Fear the cleansing fire. Flame purifies. Heal by fire. The celestial realm awaits.
The enemy has been slain. Our ally has been slain.
Flame purifies. These blades, my sanction. The past is for sinners. The future is for the repentant. The path to the light is illuminated. No human is perfect, but I am not human. Flame purified. I shall purify this land with fire if I must.
You have slain an enemy.
Your guilt was clear. Flame purified. Rise above this mortal soil. I salute the fallen. I am divine wrath.
Killing spree.
I cannot rest. I will not.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The celestial realm awaits. Shield on fire. I salute the fallen.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Celestial justice, guide my blade. If I slip, I will fall. And so I must fly. Excuses do not concern, only actions.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Unstoppable. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Dominating.
I remember pain. It made me weak. Pay for your sins! I fly for the glory that shines above this caustic din. Shield on fire.
An ally has been slain.
Damage be done.
Godlike.
Only the innocent will be spared. Here I can find it. Would that my path be true. The celestial realm awaits.
An ally has been slain. Legendary. An ally has been slain.
Guilty! See my sister.
An enemy has been slain.
The light renews.
Shut down.
Their deeds shall be weighed on the scales of stars.
An ally has been slain.
I'll be right out. Flame purifies. My sword is named Virtue, and it burns eternally. Salute the fallen. Shield online. The celestial realm awaits.
An ally has been slain.
Wings of immortal flame.
Shut
Lift
down.
me from mortal temptation.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary.
the flame of their sin.
Legendary.
Flame purified. For fortune! Kneel before the light! My devotion is unbreakable.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
They cannot kill justice. I am anointed with the fire of absolution.
An enemy has been slain.
Thus the mighty fall.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Flame purified. They will break against my stalwart heart.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Double kill.
Never rise again.
Double kill. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
shall tremble at my perfection. They shall tremble at my perfection. When I looked into my mother's eyes, I saw a paradise for the just and glorious. It is for that world I fight.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
The divine path shows no footsteps.
First blood. Minions have spawned.
Truth, guide my sword. There is no hiding from the light.
An enemy has been slain.
On wings of fire, hope ascends. I bring the light's wrath. Heal by fire. Trial by fire. Justice unyielding.
An enemy has been slain.
Deserve this. Fear me. Stand and be judged. Heal by fire. Surrender and I'll make this quick. Flame
An
purified.
ally has been slain.
I bring the light. The moment justice bends, it breaks. Heal by fire. This world was not made to last. You fall short. My sanction! The Fear the cleansing fire.
Killing spree.
I remember pain. It made me weak. I will not bend.
You have slain an enemy.
Thus the mighty fall.
Rampage.
Live long enough, and all lies crumble to dust. Fire reveals truth.
An ally has been slain.
Flame purified. I shall purify this with fire if I must. Heal by fire.
An ally has been slain.
Be judged. Flame purifies.
Unstoppable.
Heal by fire.
An enemy has been slain.
The path to the light is a lonely one.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I cannot rest. I will not. Pay for your sins. The just rise above this mortal soil. The celestial realm awaits.
Dominating.
Wherever it falls. Excuses do not concern me, only action.
An ally has been slain.
Flame purifies.
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
If I so I must fly. Shut down. The light renews. Heal by fire. Flame purified. Righteous glory. Save your excuse.
An ally has been slain. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Injustice is a festering rot, and I am its cauterizing blade. The righteous will burn! Heal by fire. I am the light and the glory.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain. Has been slain. Legendary.
They cannot kill justice.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Heal by fire.
An ally has been slain. destroyed.
The light renews. Flame purifies. Burn all deceivers. Think again.
An ally has been slain.
Heal by fire. Flame purifies.
Has been destroyed.
My sword is named Virtue.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy killing spree. Shut down.
They cannot kill justice.
Enemy rampage.
They will break against my stalwart heart. Healed on fire.
Killing spree.
My devotion is
An
unbreakable.
ally has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Their deeds shall be weighed on the scales of stone. from the flame of their sin.
Enemy killing spree. You have been slain. Killing spree.
They cannot kill justice. Heretic! Heal by fire.
Shut down. Enemy rampage. Enemy rampage. You have been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is unstoppable.
The light renews.
Shut down.
I am anointed in the fire of absolution. Heal by fire.
An enemy is dominating.
Flame purified. I am the light and the glory. Sneaky, sneaky. Guilty.
has been slain. Enemy quadra kill. Aced. Your turret has been destroyed.
They cannot.
Shut down. Double kill. Shut down.
No thing too small. Heal by fire. I see you lacking. I salute the sun.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Flame purifies.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
The light renews.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Kill justice. Burn all deceivers. My sword is named Ghost. It burns eternal.
You have been slain. Triple kill. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
Pick rate, and his general popularity began growing faster than ever after this play. He was a strong champion who became even stronger because more players wanted to main him and succeed with him. More practice equals better results. He was a very popular pick and started seeing more awareness in high elo solo queue and professional play. And because of the Kassadin hype train, Riot knew that they would have to do something about it. But to be honest with you, they messed up. Badly.
What's up and how's it going, Summoners?
Patch 3.13, much like patch 4.20 and patch 5.22, will go down in the record books as one of the biggest mistake patches in the game's history. Kassadin was already very strong, so this change that Riot gave him was completely intended to be a net neutral change for his power, and ultimately just shift his power a little bit. It was not intended to be a nerf or a buff, but rather an adjustment. But they failed. They failed really, really hard. You can even see it in their writing. They spell it out for us perfectly in the context. Currently, we feel like Kassadin's play beyond the laning phase is too safe, especially when he gets ahead. He can deal consistently high damage at range with Null Sphere and Force Pulse while holding on to Riftwalk for a safe escape. These changes are focused on forcing Kassadin to use Riftwalk as a significant part of his damage output, which also gives opponents opportunities to capitalize on his mistakes. Alright, fine, makes sense in theory and in writing, but what did they actually do to him?
They shall tremble at my perfection.
There are a couple of big changes. Firstly, and most importantly, his early game silence was buffed. As Kassadin, you will absolutely take a late game base damage nerf for an added half a second silence at level 1. On top of that, the ability did less damage, but it also became more spammable as its mana cost was reduced. The silence...
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
In me will rise the strength of 1,000 swords, the
30
fury
seconds
of
until
1,000
minions
flames.
spawn.
Only the divine may judge.
Minions have spawned.
If you were innocent, I would not be here. The righteous path begins with me.
An ally has been slain.
Be judged! Fear the cleansing fire. You deserve this. Fear me. Emotions are a weakness. A clean cut divides darkness and light. Heal I must do nothing to fight injury.
An enemy has been slain.
I salute the fallen.
An enemy has been slain.
I do not fear the holy fire. I must become it. the light wrath.
An enemy has been slain.
They cannot kill justice. To find grace, I cannot fall. What is dark in me? I will illuminate.
An enemy has been slain.
Heal by fire. I will grow stronger.
An enemy has been slain.
No human is perfect, but I am not human.
You have slain an enemy.
Just the mighty flame purified. The celestial realm awaits. The just rise above this mortal soil. Heal by fire. I fly for the glory that shines above this caustic din.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Flame purified. I will not bend. The light renews.
An ally has been slain.
Heal by fire. I took up my mother's sword, and with it, her purpose.
An ally has been slain. An enemy. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I cannot rest. I will not.
Rampage.
Heal by fire.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
They cannot kill justice. Surrender and I'll make this quick. Only the innocent will be spared. If I can find
An enemy has been slain. is a long way down. Enemy killing spree.
Stand and be judged.
Your turret has been destroyed.
The light renews.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy has been slain.
I am divine wrath. Buried in woodland
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Flame purified.
Enemy rampage.
Your guilt was clear.
Enemy rampage. Your team has destroyed its turret.
I shall conquer this world of evil, and the fires of justice shall vanquish the darkness.
An ally has been slain.
Shield on fire. For virtue!
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
They cannot kill justice.
An ally has been slain.
Burn all defeat! Heal by fire.
An enemy has been slain.
The light renews.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
I will bring justice to this world.
An ally has been slain.
My devotion is unbreakable. Heal by fire. I am the light and the glory. Celestial realm awaits.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Flame purifies.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
They cannot kill justice. My sword is named Virtue, and it burns eternal.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your flame has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Victory!
Was buffed at all ranks except for the very last one, where you only lost a 10-second silence from 2.6 to 2.5 seconds. This was already a huge buff, but they weren't done there. His ultimate would end up having one of the biggest buffs I've ever seen. And to be honest, this really shows the progression that we've made over the years in League of Legends. This is so obviously a buff in Season 9, and if we saw this on the PBE today, we would all be saying, wow, this is a huge buff. Now refunds 50% of the total mana cost when it hits a champion. Back then, at least from the get-go, it wasn't seen as that impactful. Whether it's through better understanding of how the game works over the years, how much better people are at using their abilities and landing their skill shots, or a combination of multiple factors, it just seems like we would know better than this in today's game. It was a different time back then. The aftermath of this patch would never be forgotten, because immediately, Kassadin rose to utter dominance. There was no way to beat this champion. So you kind of remember that whole thing about Kassadin being an anti-mage and being a potent threat against AP champs, but struggling heavily against AD champions, in turn making him a situational counterpick, you know that stuff? Well, just go ahead and throw all of that out the window, because a 1.5 second silence at level 1 is helpful for beating everyone, not just mages. This ends up meaning that a Zed can't combo you. This means that Talon couldn't cast R. This means that Rengar might jump on you, but then he can't throw a bola. He became a solid pick into almost any situation, and while he could be countered by the likes of an ADC mid lane or a lane swap to force him to 2v1 or something crazy like that, it didn't really matter because of the massive buff on his ultimate. The sustain that you got early game helped Kassadin ensure that he will get to level 6, and then he can get some AP, clear waves, and get to level 11. Once he gets to level 11, he would be strong enough to fight anyone, and once he's at this point, you could just stick him in a side lane where he can silence somebody for 2.5 seconds, rift walk all over their face, kill them, and start snowballing to level 16. Once he hits 16, everyone, and I mean everyone, is dead. Kassadin turned into a different champion, named Kassa-Win. You pick Kassadin, and you win. It's a simple formula. The ensuing months would be full of memes of Kassadin's reign of terror over the rift, and they were pretty funny. If you remember, this was the high point.
With the just hand of law, I enter the fray, unbound by this mortal pettiness.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
Truth, guide my sword.
Minions have spawned.
I am the consequence of your actions. The complicit are the worst. And there is wrong. All else is rationalization. By divine edict.
Finish the shadow!
They cannot kill justice.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
This world was not
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
purified.
An enemy has been slain.
The celestial realm awaits.
An enemy has been slain.
Live long enough, and all lives crumble to dust. Flame purifies. The righteous
Slain an enemy.
I salute the fallen. I will bring justice to the world, no matter the cost. Flame purifies. The moment justice bends, it breaks. These blades, my sanction!
Killing spree.
Heal
Double kill. You have slain an enemy.
buried with your transgressions. Only the innocent will be spared, if I can find any. Flame purifies. Where there is evil, I shall go. Celestial
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Your soul was already mine.
The light renews.
An enemy has been slain.
Flame purifies.
An enemy has been slain.
I shall pierce this world of evil. Justice shall vanquish the darkness.
One strike.
Trial by fire.
Shut down.
The just rise above this mortal soil.
An enemy has been slain.
Heal by fire. Celestial They cannot kill justice. Flame purifies. I am divine wrath.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Heal by fire. No one is perfect, but I am not Flame purified.
You have been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
The light renews. Fear the cleansing fire. Heal
Double kill.
Rise and fall. If I slip, I will fall. And so I must fly.
An enemy has been slain.
Flame purified. I shall purify this land with fire if I must.
Killing spree. You have been
Forfeit your life.
They cannot kill justice.
Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has enemy triple kill. Double kill. Executed. Shut down.
The light renewed.
Aced.
Fire reveals proof. Shield on fire.
Enemy has been slain.
You deserve this. Flame purifies. Would that my path be true. Shield on fire.
enemy has been slain. Double kill. Ally has been slain.
Only those with malice.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Excuses do not concern me. Only actions. I took up my mother's sword and witnessed her purpose. My sword is made trophy, and it burns eternally.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed
Healed by fire. Your team shall be weighed on the scales of sorrow.
the enemy's inhibitor is shut down. An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill. Aced.
The light renews.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Healed by fire. The greater the evil, the greater its opposition. Flame purified. I was purified in the light. kill justice.
An ally has been slain.
I am born from the flame of their sins. Flame purified.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
The wicked shall fall.
Double kill. Respawning soon. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
The light renews. Heal by fire.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Let me grow stronger, that I might vanquish the forces of darkness. Let me transcend mortal frailty.
Flame purifies. The fallen will never rise. I am the light and the glory.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain. Down.
Your guilt was clear.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Heal by fire. The wicked shall burn.
Your team has
My devotion.
of meme culture back in 2013 with that really big white text and everyone posting them to apps such as iFunny. We had ban rate memes, we had keep calm memes, we had t-shirts for $20 reminding you and your loved ones to make sure to always ban Kassadin. Similar to the way that Kassadin would snowball hard in-game, his popularity and the idea that Kassadin should never be let through Champion Select also snowballed. Your friends who introduced you to League back then when you're just starting out probably were always banning Kassadin, so you do too. You may even ask them why to ban Kassadin, and they simply tell you, he's OP, just ban him. For those who watch competitive play, this also carried over too because he was banned a metric crap ton there and pretty much never let through Champion Select as well. So for esports fans and impressionable newer players to also see their favorite pros banning Kassadin, well, good lord then, I guess I just never let this guy through Champ Select ever again. Players had months of practice on him while he was getting more popular because of Xpeke, so if he ever did get through, he would absolutely crush the opposition, making it even more likely that those players on the enemy team would never forget the day they forgot to ban Kassadin and never not ban him again. 80% ban rate turned into a 90% ban rate, which turned into a 95% ban rate, which clocked in eventually around a 97% ban rate, which is a record today. I've even heard stories and seen players claiming that his ban rate was almost near 100% at times, and by the end he was barely ever played in ranked because he was banned in millions of games per month. On League of Graphs, you can see in his history, and according to League of Graphs, it looks to be right around a 90 to 95% ban rate. If you combine this with the 5% pick rate at the same time from League of Graphs, then this gives us close to a 100% picker ban rate. Just think about how crazy that is. Think about how hard it would have actually been to get your hands on him in ranked. Math tells us that if he's at a 95% ban rate, that means that out of every 100 games of solo queue you play, he will not be banned in 5 of those 100. So even if you played all day long, something like 10 ranked games a day, you had 5 champion selects per 10 days of playing all day long to play him. Now, you also have to think about how ranked used to work back then. It was first pick, first serve. The guy who got first pick on both teams did all of the banning and got to pick first. There was no role selection or autofill. Back then, you know what autofill was back then? Last pick. If you were last pick, you were support. Simple as that. So think about it like this. Assuming you are equally as likely to get first, second, third, fourth, or fifth pick, which you would hope the system worked like that, then that means that out of those potential 5 games of Kassadin that were left open every 100 games, you were probably first pick in one of them. And that would be your only hope of ever even getting him. If you think about that 5th pick, who's probably going to play support anyway because mid was the most popular role, so definitely doesn't mean you're getting mid. If you're last pick, you're not getting mid. So also hope that by the time your 5th pick is up, Kassadin is still open. Heck no, think again, no way. It didn't matter if your mid laner first pick has never played mid in his life, never played Kassadin in his life. If you think he's not going to first pick Kassadin not only because he wants to play it, but also to make sure that the enemy team isn't going to play it either, you're definitely mistaken. All 10 players in Champion Select were Kassadin mains if he's open, bud. This equates to the rough odds that every 100 games you play, you have one shot, one opportunity to play him. Every 1,000 games of solo queue that you play, there may be 10 games that you could play him. Which, by the way, is also assuming that nobody dodges. Because if they see that you first pick Kassadin and say, oh, okay, we forgot to ban Kassadin, no worries guys, I'll dodge, there was honestly probably a better chance that you'll win the lottery rather than getting to play him. One of the other massive reasons he was so strong is because of the range of his Rift Walk being 700. Right now, Kassadin's range on his R is 500, and it's been that way for a couple of seasons now and seems to be the perfect range for Riot to finally balance how far he can move. Unfortunately, because I don't have a time machine or access to a private server to play on the Season 3 version of the game, it's really hard to show you exactly how far 700 range is for Kassadin's R, but thankfully there are other ways to visualize it. After maxing your Q at level 9, when you turn on your rockets, Jinx has exactly 700 range, so we can use her auto range and the range indicator to show exactly how far that is. This is the radius of 700 range. This is how far you used to be able to rift walk. And this is really far, actually. The amount of opportunity to outplay, engage, and escape with that added 200 range is pretty nuts. Think about how much easier it would have been to get away from anybody, as well as chase them down, on top of being able to traverse the map and move wherever you want with the engage and opportunity to exactly how far that is. This is the radius of 700 range. This is how far you used to be able to rift walk. And this is really far. And it's been that way for because I don't have a server to play on the R, but thankfully there are other ways to visualize it. After maxing your Q at level 9, when you turn on your rockets, Jinx has exactly 700 range, so we can use her auto range and the range indicator to show exactly how far that is. This is the radius of 700 range. This is how far you used to be able to rift walk. And this is really far, actually. The amount of opportunity to outplay, engage, and escape with that added 200 range is pretty nuts. 500 range on his auto attacks, and we can take a look at his radius as well and how far Teemo can auto attack, which is significantly shorter. If you compare the difference, it's pretty staggering, and you have a lot less omnidirectional movement, which does eliminate a lot of the options for your gameplay. Standing in the pixel bush is a good way to see how much further you could go between 500 range and 700 range. Again, 500 range is what we have today on Kassadin's ultimate, and this ability is really good at this range, which is why I don't think it's been changed in so long. It's the butter zone for what it feels like it should be, not too long or too short. For professional play, it was rare, if ever, that Kassadin would be let through. A quote from GameFAQs user Kajal does a pretty good job of summing up exactly what made him problematic. Cass always showed up at the worst possible time out of nowhere and was nearly impossible to kill unless you somehow managed to 100-0 him or ambush him. And because Cass naturally built tankier than most mages, not enough to tank properly but more than enough to survive most assassins' initial bursts and GTFO, he was ridiculously hard to kill, chase, escape, or generally fight. Because if you're one of the champions who could fight him head on, you're almost certainly not one of the champions who can chase him down. Many articles from esports writers and websites would pop up and chime in on why a champion was so powerful that even the pros didn't know how to beat it, or at least didn't want to deal with it. An article on Team Dignitas's website written by Masterai123 does a pretty excellent job describing the fear of Kassa win. To paraphrase and summarize what he's talking about, he does note that the ban rate and the way that he was banned was very interesting. He was considered a free win by many people, and the blue side, the first pick, would often not ban him because they just assumed that purple side would ban him, which makes sense, you don't want them to have it. However, if purple side didn't ban him, then you were almost completely pigeonholed into picking him because you definitely didn't want them to get away with not banning him as well as getting Kassadin, so you had to first pick him. Truly, the problem was that not many people got to practice Kassadin because he was banned completely permanently in solo queue, he was permanently banned in competitive play, so if it was ever let through, that was really the only time you got to play him. If you didn't know how to play Kassadin, you might even have to first time him on stage because you definitely didn't want the enemy to have him as well, and this left a couple of Kassadins being completely hard counterpicked and actually doing pretty poorly, even though we all knew the champion was problematic. It's very possible that Riot's hope for preseason and early season 4 is that we would see a change to Kassadin indirectly. Maybe somebody would find a counterpick. Maybe a team would be able to beat it consistently at the pro level. Maybe, just maybe, with our new Season 4, someone will be able to prove that Kassadin is not as OP as he seems, but that wasn't the case. It was very evident that things were not going to change, and without direct interference from the devs, there was nothing that could be done, so they booted up a new project, Project Kassadin Rework. It seemed like the only logical option. There was no way that he could be balanced in this state. He was due for a visual update as well, but that would end up coming at a later date because he was in such a desperate need of change right now that it would be almost a full year later until he received his updated animations, character model, ability icons, and voice. Right before the rework on patch 4.0, Riot notes that this is just a band-aid fix right before big changes in his rework. They knew it was all going to change soon, so they hit us with one last patch before you'd be changed forever. On patch 4.4,
They
just a
shall
week later,
tremble at
his
my
dominance over
perfection.
Summoner's Rift was finally over. He was reworked, now having a magic damage shield on his Q, as well as the removal of his silence. His Rift Walk had its 50% mana refund completely removed, and his kit largely resembles what it is today. The general consensus on the changes? Well, yeah, he sucked. He was terrible. For some, this was sad, from the best champion in the game, now to one of the worst. For others, it was good riddance. Although Kassadin is a shadow of his former self, it's nice to know that these days, he's probably one of the most balanced champions in the game. Into team comps that he's really good against, such as a full AP comp or against the Aurelion Soul matchup, he shines, he can snowball, and he's very effective. However, place yourself against a Lucian or a Talon mid, and you're going to get bodied. He's a niche champion, which is exactly what he should be. Kassadin mains have it pretty good right now. He's solid, he's not banned or picked too much, and he's not generally hated too much either. When you get the right team comp and you get that snowball rolling, you'd be hard pressed to find another champion as fun as Kassadin. Get to your level 16 and start carrying. Anyway, if you enjoyed, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe for more.
In me will rise the strength of 1,000 swords, the fury of 1,000 flames.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
Emotions are a weakness. I am the consequence of your actions.
Minions have spawned.
Only the divine may judge.
Endure! Fear me! Avarice falls! The light of my devotion will set the world aflame.
In wings of fire, hope ascends.
First blood.
Heal by fire. Surrender. Make this quick.
You have been slain.
The light renews. Flame purifies.
An ally has been slain.
I must feel nothing to fight injustice. The divine path shows these footsteps.
An ally has been slain.
Save your excuses.
Mortals are blinded by their own misery.
Heal by fire. Just the mighty fall.
An enemy has been slain.
Fear the cleansing fire. I salute the fallen.
An enemy has been slain.
Flame purifies. Heal by fire. Truth, guide my soul. Blade, my sanction. Yes. I am your salvation.
Killing spree.
They cannot kill justice. Flame purifies.
I am not human.
I bring the one breath. Heal by fire.
The dust rise above this mortal sword.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain.
The light renews. Flame purifies.
You have slain an enemy.
Be judged.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Flame purifies.
The path to the light is a lonely one.
Heal by fire.
I cannot rest. I will not.
Flame purifies. Stand and be judged. Heal by fire. I lie for the glory that shines above this cosmos.
Killing
Flame purified.
Will grow stronger.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Only the innocent will be spared. If I can find it.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Heal by fire. Trial by fire. They cannot kill justice.
An enemy has been slain.
I shall purify this land, with fire if I must. Would that my path be true.
Shut down. Shut down.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Enemy rampage.
The past is for sinners. The future is for the repentant.
I took up my mother's sword, and with it, her purpose. Flame purifies.
See my sister.
You have been slain.
The light renews. Heal by fire.
Rampage.
Excuses do not concern me, only action.
destroyed.
Do my work, you shall.
I will not bend.
Unstoppable.
Flame purifies.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Injustice is a festering rot, and I am its cauterizing blade.
Celestial justice guide my blade. Flame purified. If I slip, I will fall. And so I must fly.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy triple kill.
I am divine Their deeds shall be weighed on the scales of stars. Flame purifies.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Burn all deceivers.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is godlike. An enemy is legendary.
Wings of remorse, lift me from mortal temptation. Flame purified.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Glory.
Shut down. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
World of evil, and the fires of justice shall vanquish the darkness.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I am the light of the world.
Aced.
Heal by fire. Heal by fire. From the flame of their sins. Flame purified.
Your turret has been destroyed. Double kill.
Celestial realm awaits. Heal by fire.
Shut down.
My devotion is unbreakable. Buried with your transgression.
4, 2, 2, 3, 4.
The fallen never rise. I salute the fallen. Flame purifies. Guilty! The light renews. Their deeds shall be weighed on the scales of stars. Flame purified.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Has been slain.
They cannot kill justice. The wicked shall burn. Heal by fire. Burn all deceivers! I am anointed in the fire of absolution!
Destroyed. Your team has destroyed the turret.
This is the penance!
An enemy is unstoppable. An ally has been slain.
The greater the evil, the greater its opposite.
Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
of immortal flame, lift me from mortal temptation! Flame purifies. Heal by fire. I am the light and the glory. They will break against my stalwart armor.
An enemy is dominating. Defeat.